Hello. It is time. Alright. What exactly was I doing before this, like, 2-3 stream distraction? I was... Alright, well, I guess a good typical thing to check is this. Right, so... just before I switched over, I did look at... That's just not correct. I did look at sunrise and sunset, and I actually like them right now. So I'm gonna leave everything where it's at. I'm not gonna touch it. Because it seems like it's in a good place. So nothing there. Those changes. Limiting it to 4. This is the new thing. So it's just this. I'll do 2 commits. I'll commit this as it is. And then I'm just going to get rid of this if false thing and just have this. Because I do like where it's at. Let me check again. I'm not doing anything from world. I am adding that. And then I am adding that. And that's it. Update sky shader, aerosols, sun disk color. Okay, and then I'm going to delete that section of code that is no longer being used. Because otherwise, I don't think it's optimized out. Maybe it is somewhere along the way. But at least in the code right now, it is just a big nothing that happens. Okay. I could, okay, I actually gotta do terrain now. I was gonna say I could go ahead and do the lookup table for the tone map, but I need to do terrain now. Otherwise it will be 3 titles in a row that I just actually am not doing what I originally intended to be doing. So terrain and trees, for real. We'll hide this. I'm just gonna delete that, actually. And I'm gonna go ahead and delete this too. Is there anything else sitting around in this file that I may want to delete? I may just undo. Okay, well I do want to commit deleting that. I definitely want to actually delete that. And then undo all these transforms that I've applied. All these movements. Delete. Unused markers. Alright, and then I will just restore that. But first, close. Okay. And open. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to, because I know where they are. They're in, yeah, they're like in the ground right now. Well, yeah, the player is in the ground right now. Why is the truck over here? Why did I leave the truck over there? Oh, and I think the zombie, wait, is the zombie actually floating? Oh, no, he's not. Okay. Why did I leave these guys scattered around like that? He needs to be over here in the park. Okay. I should probably turn this on actually so I can see where he is. Where's his collider? I guess I have it not visible. Okay. Player. I need to figure out what to do with these. I mean, these are just going to be the splines again. Splines? What am I saying? Actually, over here is going to be a safe spot. Should be a safe spot. And then players facing that way. And then truck. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go around and do any other large things that I want to do for the terrain, and then I'll start moving the town into a better position. I guess I could do the town now, because I know it should be... The land here should be pretty much final, except for any small changes to make it fit with a road, you know? Anything like that. I should probably flatten out here. Yeah, I think I need to do some flattening. For sure. Yeah, this building is in a pretty bad spot for this hill. This spot's actually a little tricky. I'm not really sure what to do with this. I guess what I could do is I could do a large brush and then circle 0 and then sample yeah, this gets way too rocky. Did I not fix this? I definitely did, because this road is floating really high. Did I not fix that? I think I did. I probably just need to do it again. Is probably where I'm at. I probably just need to do this again. So... Alright, what's the height out here? Because what I really want to do is probably just have it go up to maybe this high. So 20 meters, I'll round that up to 21. And I will do right here. There. Maybe we should do a smaller. Okay. And then here to here. And then not drawable. Just run it. Yeah, so fortunately it does this thing where it raises the terrain behind it, which is really sad. So I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna like manually do this. Get rid of that hole first. Whoops. I guess I could say height 0 and then do some like strength like 10 here. Okay. It does seem a bit rough now, so okay. I cannot see anything happening there. Can I turn? It's probably that one. Yep. And then intersections. I think I know which one it is. This one? Nope. Nope. Which one is this? Let's like deselect that and then I can click. Okay, I can't click that. It was gray. What is this road? Is that not the first one I clicked and nothing happened? Did I miss it? What? That's literally the first one I clicked. I'm perplexed by that one. That was actually the first one I clicked. I still don't understand how I could have misclicked. That's just crazy to me. Do I need to smooth this? I probably should not. Okay. That seems more acceptable now. Oh, the do you think they would actually do this the other way around? They'd have the school here and the parking lot here. Does that make sense for like the elevation changes that are happening? I guess not really, because you have to move a lot more ground over this way. to make room for that parking lot. And over here, it's a lot more flat. So you don't have to do much. You have to do a lot less. Okay. And I can get rid of this. So I just need to do that for the buildings here. The houses. I did click once over here for the houses. This should be in a better spot now. I guess I can do this road. Yeah, right? Oh. I have an issue with this hill here. I should probably do, yeah, stuff like this. I don't know what to call it other than like texturing or whatever. Layer, like there's probably no word for it. Whatever what I want to call it. This thing, where I'm just taking some of these things and like these terrain. I guess by these, I mean only terrain too, because that's the only one that's not hitting the edges, because they're just crazy and they thought that that would be useful. Just have a stamp like that. That goes right up to the edges. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do hill 1. I'm gonna slap one right about here. Let's go for 350. And let me really consider what I'm about to do here. I'm about to throw in a sizable hill so that I can also, I need to be able to see it. About like this, just so that it will make sense why that's there. All right, so that was too much. Like 15. Okay, so I think it might just be too large. And also too high, I think, again, so 10. Maybe what I should do is probably just flatten this spot. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna flatten this spot. It's more this area. This area just has no connection. So, no, I want to flatten it. Let's flatten it. Right? A few more of those. Okay. Okay. Now I will have a hill. If the thing will let me do it. Okay. So gamma should be 1. And no brush spin. A bit further this way. Okay. So now he'll lead that way. And also, I'm thinking now, river. Stream. I think I wanted to be here. So I'm going to do another one of these about like this, and it's going to be a bit more. Like about there. Okay. Did I figure where I would really want it to be? Oh, it's getting bright. I can't see. I'm like squinting really hard and I still can't see the screen. Did I compile yesterday? I don't think I did. Wait. Gonna move over so I can block the light coming from the wall behind me. Alright, so I'm gonna do not that. More. That was a lot more, actually. Maybe this is, yeah, I don't think I should have that, actually, unless I'm gonna do... Hills might be... safer, yeah, because these are smoother. And then I guess up here I can start throwing in mountains. That didn't add like anything at all. That's... No, this should be... Yeah, this is at 50. I guess I'll write 200. I don't think it matters what the value is. The strength is just like the portion that we're going to turn towards it. So 20 with the 200 is like, you know, 40 meters that it's going to be adding. What? Yeah. I just did that correctly. That, okay. I normally don't do that. I normally am really not good with the math in my head. Yeah, so I wanna make this area look better, for sure. Leave that as like a valley. Yeah, and then some of these are kind of adding nothing. Are we? Because we're already kind of close to 200, so 300. That is kind of a crazy wall there. I wonder if like peak with like a small value. Maybe if it already fits with the terrain a little bit. Yeah, probably not there. What about stones? Wait a second. Stones could be pretty good. I'm trying something. Yeah, this is doing too much here. Negative pixels again. I see them. Oh, okay. So this is a problem where it's clipping on one of the edges. I don't know which edge. Yeah, the top there, it's clipping on that. Unfortunate. Does this work at all? Yeah, it just doesn't work. I don't know why they have these. Because they literally just don't work. You can't use those. Because of the square thing on the edge. You almost can't use this one. You almost can't use this one. Yeah, that's too much. I should probably be doing the lower part, shouldn't I? I don't know. What's lacking? That air is pretty good. This looks insane. Okay, well, I just made it look worse. This looks crazy. What did I do there? Maybe I'll just leave that. No, this is too ridiculous looking. This has got to be flattened. This just has to be flattened. I've got to reduce this spot. Okay. Yeah, that was way too much for sure. Okay, and now I'm going to actually smooth this. And build it back up a little bit. I guess I could use slope. $500's too much. Yeah, it's pretty nice that I can just use that to like actually level an area really, really quickly. It's a good use of that. Mountain 1. I need to do 300. Okay. That's better. A lot better. Not ridiculous looking. What is this? It's like, it's just noisy. This is just a really noisy picture. Okay. What about that? That's also just a really noisy picture. I was moving the mouse, so maybe that was part of it. Nope, that's just a really noisy picture. Whoops. Yeah, sure. But it has done this to the edges now. This is so annoying. I keep like bringing the mouse over it and it goes away, and then I bring the mouse back on it and I bring the mouse off and it comes up, and I bring the mouse back on it and it goes away. It keeps doing that. Why? Why is that a thing? Why does that happen? I probably shouldn't be smoothing until I know I'm done. I mean, this is honestly just done. And then gray makes it way easier to see that. Yep. Yeah, that's really annoying that that happens. One of the brushes that I used apparently is not transparent at the edges. Wow, this was really not transparent. That's nuts, actually. This is a ridiculous difference. I'm still wondering if it's not actually just a bug with how it determines where to clip the brush when you're painting. I wonder if it's not one of those. A bug with that. Also, now that I think about it, shouldn't these be like really high quality images? Is that one of the things with the EXR? It's just a white to black value, and they have like 16 million values in between. Yeah, not 60 million. Yeah, what is this patchwork? Whoa. That's ridiculous. Where did that come from? Sometimes I also wonder if this stuff is actually not there when I start painting, and then it just some bug, it just boop, and it appears. I just suddenly have like a quilt stitching layered over this entire area that I straight up did not see before. Because it's not even aligned to like a certain direction. It's just, but it's all over this place that I just drew on. There's definitely some interpolation bug, is what it really looks like to me. I was gonna say, does jaggedness work? No, jaggedness just is totally bugged. I don't have checkered? No. It's definitely the best way to see any weird stuff like this. Jaggedness probably would help if it worked, but it doesn't. No, it couldn't have already been here. Maybe, could it have been caused by when I was doing the flattening? And then raising it with the brush somehow revealed the pattern? Maybe that's what happened, actually. No, because why would it be over here? This must be old stuff. If it's over here. And there's this pattern like all over the place. Yeah, these lines that cut through it are so obvious. Alright. I think what I've got to do is I've got to, like, raise the terrain by this to hide it. Kind of. I've also been wondering if this, the way that it looks, is just part of the 16-bit saving part. So smoothing is actually not doing anything, but just losing detail. Okay, except in places like that where it's really obvious that it's just a huge... There's just a huge jump. There's one thing I did a while ago, which was just take, I don't even know what I took. I probably took like texture 3 or something. Okay, probably not texture 3. Acrylic? One of these. And I just dotted it around the terrain. Because I think in some places this actually looks nice, having this, if I turn this off, this irregularity in the ground. It's very natural, for sure. But looking at it here, it looks just incorrect, I guess. It looks like it's, it just looks wrong. So I think what I'll do is I'll go over this later, after I smooth it, and just reapply some of this stuff, because I think at least most of this is definitely the case that there's just patterning that's really bad, just due to the use of brushes that has accrued. I have quilt textures, I have like just this regular grid pattern that you can see here, everywhere. I'm also trying to do it as lightly as I can, just to get rid of like the obvious aliasing. But some of the pockets should be kept. Because I'm sure this is like height scanned data, which is why it's so pocketed like this. Because I've scaled up a texture that's like probably honestly red on the order of like 50 meters at a time, and scaled it down to like 1 or 2 meters. So a pocket that would have been 50 meters large is now 2 meters large. So yeah, and then sometimes I feel like I leave and I come back and it's just worse somehow. Maybe I just didn't get here yet. Yeah, I should actually probably really smooth this one out, because this is a very small area and it has like the shape of a kilometer large hill. Maybe in a mountain. So in fact, give me a larger smooth. And I've got a line over here too. Like, this has got to be a bug. I feel like these textures are not touching the edge. They're just not touching the edge with like a huge value. And yet I get like this boom, this like 2-meter ledge that appears on the edge of everything I draw at this point. No brush appears safe, except for the circles. The circles seem safe enough. Yeah, see, there's just this grid over this entire area. Yeah, I don't think that can be from the 16-bit precision. I don't think that happens. This is just a very old piece of the terrain. Maybe it is. Is this everywhere? Let me go look. Let me go see if it's over here. Okay, well, this part I know I didn't really... No, I actually textured that recently. Okay, I did that recently too. Okay. This spot is really bad. This area I know that I smoothed over. I also know that's a really intense cut that I have it there on purpose. There's nothing up here. There's a little bit here, but there's basically nothing up here. There's not this very large, obvious grid over the whole terrain here. Oh man. How am I gonna fix that? This is actually just so much. I can't go over all of it individually. I can. And for now, I'm gonna keep doing that. There's like layers of grid on top of each other here. There's like a very small one, and there's like a very large one on top of it. Fractal grid. What's the wireframe here? I wonder if I can see it in the wireframe. Oh, I can. At the high angle you can. Yeah, it is just that some of these vertices are just like a couple centimeters lower than all their neighbors, just kind of for no reason. I think it actually must be a bug with a brush, or with how they're doing the brushes. They're not applying it correctly to every vertex. wonder what other games terrains look like if they were just not colored, if they were just gray, like Skyrim. What would their terrain look like? I think they have a really heavy use of like small terrain assets that they layer on top of a large terrain mesh. They must. I mean, I feel like even if this was just like scaled, there's no way this is correct. How big are these images? I actually really gotta know. Oh wait, this is just really bad. I immediately see some bad patterning. 356. $256. So technically this means I'm not actually supposed to be scaling anything over 256. Yeah, this is really low resolution for some reason. Like, look how much room there is for detail here, and then just jumps up to... It jumps up like 3 orders of magnitude in immediately. In 5 pixels, it goes up 3 orders of magnitude. So yeah, these are just kind of bad brushes. This should be at least 512, I think. Brushes should be at least 512, and then they all need like a smooth applied to them. I don't know how they were produced or where they came from. Yeah, looking at it now, it really makes sense why the terrain looks this bad with a brush that's like scaled to 400. And it seems like it's just not interpolated either. It should be like bicubic interpolation. This is probably like linear interpolation. Actually, no, it should be linear interpolation. It's probably being bicubic interpolated, is why it looks this way. Bicubic is good for visual, but when you're like mapping it to height values, you probably mean to be using linear. Yeah, this side is so bad looking. I guess just from the angle of the light makes it look really worse. Way worse. Really worse? Really bad. Way worse. Did I just draw this? I did just draw this. This is just aliased terribly. I'm going to do something. I'm going to save. And then I'm going to reopen this in this position and see if it still looks this smooth. I should really know that if it's 16-bit causing this. It is maybe a little bit. Alright, I'm going to smooth out really hard right here. Okay, I can't see anything odd in that spot. So I'm going to save here. And then reload this. I think it loses a little bit. Yeah, I can see a little bit. It's definitely not as perfectly smooth as it was before. You know what would be really messed up is if saving and reloading every time is what gradually causes this to happen. But no, this is like fresh. I just added this terrain in, so it can't be that. Also, did I really manage to get a ridge going all the way down there? Interesting. Okay. It's definitely less smooth after reload, but in theory, it's not a JPEG problem where it continuously gets worse. It just snaps to the nearest 16-bit precision point, and then it will stay there. It shouldn't, like, keep altering itself. Like moving to a different position every time I save. It will do it once and it'll look a little less smooth, which is totally fine by me, to be honest. In fact, that's a little preferred to not be perfectly smooth. Which is not actually why I decided to save a 16-bit. I want to do 16-bit for storage. Half the size, right? Because the terrain is going to be... The terrain and the textures are going to be the biggest sinks to data size here. This is just a rock face. That's cool. Maybe the mine could be up here. Right into the side of that rock face. How do they decide where to put mines in the real world? You know what? You know what? That might actually be a legitimate AI question. How do people... Although it is probably taking it from... Yeah. Okay, that's not really what I was looking for, though. You know where you want to dig, or you know, like, the area you want to dig at, then how do you do it? Do you say, oh, here's a flat spot, let's start here? Or do you say, here's a rock wall, let's start here? You probably don't dig into rock walls, honestly. That's probably really dumb to do. You probably do start at as flat of an area as you can get. And then you go really deep. Why not a rock face? Because that is a geologically active site, in theory. Which means in 10 years the rock face could be different enough that it might cause a collapse. You'd have to keep checking your supports and stuff like that. Because the ground is just moving a lot faster there. Yeah, this isn't even a grid now. This is just like a stripe drawn across the terrain. It's a huge grid pattern. Actually, I'm aligned with the grid. That's a diamond pattern. It's a huge diamond pattern there. Yeah, this has got to be, This is a huge area that's just a grid. It's actually at 45 degrees to the... It's so weird. How does this happen? Because I think in this area... Yeah, this area is really old, actually. This has just been flat for a long time. Or it's been this way for a long time. It looks like I just manually... I mean, I probably did put in a really huge mountain and then smooth it a little bit. This pattern appeared. No. Something happened here. That's just gray. I'm just lost in gray. Wow, this is messing with my eyes. Like I'm trying to focus on details, but there is no detail. Let me try this. Do height map. And then I'm gonna set in material. see it again. Also, I should turn this off. And then I don't need that. See the grid again. I should probably do something over here, because this is a huge flat region. What could I do there? Maybe I don't need to, because the road... Okay, well this ends here. This road goes up here. And then I guess I have been technically saying this will be like the playground area. So maybe there's just like a small fence that goes way out here. Not even really a fence, just, I don't know, something. A school that I was at least, I guess, at my age, felt like this huge backyard area. It was massive. It was so large that you could stand on one side and not see the other side. You'd have to walk like halfway between and you could see like both fences. And it was just far. It was really far. And thinking about it, this kind of looks like it. It kind of looks like it. There were not mountains, I think. But it was a large flat area kind of in like this L shape around the school. I did not intend to make anything like from my childhood, but I mean, I guess it just happens, you know. Should I do something? I don't know, maybe I should just zoom out and look at this. And see if there's a spot around here that just looks out of place. Honestly, not really. It all looks really nice. Maybe around here a little bit. Oh, here definitely. This spot's pretty lame, actually. Yeah, what is this? Oh, this is the road. Is that the road? Yeah, the road's... Whoops. What? The road goes... Am I missing something? I'm definitely clicking height map. Yeah, because this pops open. Okay. I'm definitely clicking a height map and then it's just being weird. Yeah, this is odd. The road is in like a weird spot. Yeah, I probably need to mess with that spot next. There's a bad pattern here. That might be 16-bit actually. It's not, yeah, it looks like it. It's not like totally patterned. This looks really badly patterned. This spot just looks like it's low, like, okay, no, some of this is patterned around here. That's really patterned, all right. This is also just, it just needs to be smooth here as well. This is a pretty high spot. This is really high. How did this get so tall? It's a nice cliff edge. I think I should probably look into getting a skybox around this point too. I mean, like some kind of background image to fill in this, because this, ideally, the terrain would just keep going forever. I can do this. This shouldn't mess with it. It should just... It also may not work. This should just world background noise. The only issue with this is that it takes up a lot of FPS to do that. Maybe it's not so much now. It's also really bad at the moment. It's a little too high. Weird. Man, I think the blend is actually quite expensive. Maybe not. I don't know, maybe I could use this. Because that, you know, fills in permanently. Or I guess what I should do, maybe I should look at doing that. Just generating some noise and then rendering a huge distance. And then making it so it displays behind everything all the time. So it's always in the background. And then I can take off depth checks. I don't know. Something. Yeah, I probably could. I was gonna say, does Z do anything? Oh, yeah. It'll be hard to find a spot that looks okay. I could also just do flat, but that doesn't really... What is this? What is this? What is happening? Something with fog? Something with fog. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm gonna need my own custom thing for that, so that it's really low FPS usage. Because now I'm at 400. Turn on the flat. That cost 80 FPS. Noise cost almost 100 FPS. From this perspective, nothing 400 on 310, 320. Ideally, it should be zero impact. I think in that case, it's recomputing the noise all the time, so it's not sampling from noise. It's probably the biggest issue with it. That's probably a case where stencil is going to be great, actually, thinking about that. I have terrain. I don't even have terrain right as stencil. I guess I just say... It could be part of the sky. I guess the sky can render that, because the sky is the background. So I could say anywhere that I have sky, write a stencil value, and then I read from some other thing. I guess just, I don't even know what I would read from. Wow, why is that so bad? That's so bad right there. Okay. I need to get back over it. I gotta stop thinking about that. That's still future stuff. Very much future things. Like polish. Like, the game is done kind of polish. That's probably what I should leave that for. One of the last things I do will be that. It's the height map? Yeah, okay. Got a little bit of a headache. Right from looking at this. You know, I wonder if the slope tool caused a lot of this to happen when I was flattening the area. Because it's all like in that direction. I don't see any lines going... Okay, I was going to say I don't see any lines going the other way. Now I do. Now this looks like Minecraft. I'm just in Blockland. Grid world. From this angle you can't see it. From here... Okay, here you can kind of maybe see it. A little. Yeah, this is really intense here. Also, just want to mention it with is this bad that I keep thinking about this? The light auto exposure stuff. Wow, that got really dark. Should I just not have that? Should I set everything to 1? Because if we look at the code, you can go find it. I should know the name of it. I don't know exactly. I think I could just search aperture. I search aperture a second time. I search it a third time. It should be right here. I'm just scrolling past it somehow. This. Exposure normalization. This is a multiplier to every light calculation. Should this just be 1? Like, what happens if I make it 1? I'm going to try not to go down a rabbit hole here. I just want to know what happens. How does it look if it is 1? It's going to be really, really bright, but I just want to know how auto exposure handles it and what happens. This is probably a good angle. Alright. Flashbang incoming. I know it's going to get bright. This should be 1. This should be 1. And then I guess I can make this start printing out what's happening. So what are we trying to get to right now? Okay, so we're instantly at 2. Okay, so the color's really bright. I guess I could keep increasing it. Now it's just taking a long time to go up, though. Oh, it wants to balance here. This is where it wants to balance. Okay. Sure. And what I've done there is I've made everything 1. So shutter speed is 1. Let me check. Update exposure. I guess I can look at what update exposure does. Okay, it doesn't even use that value. Alright. Well, it wants to land at like 18, which is just this. So that's too much. Yeah, the colors just look crazy here. Did I leave this at 1 and just set this to something? Because these two just kind of become the same thing. That's at 100. Yeah, because the sky just isn't the right color at all. Okay, I gotta clear that to get frames back. I was gonna say I actually can't even like see shadows. You almost cannot see the shadows. I can see the leaf shadows now. I straight up like can't see them here. Okay, so that's what happens if everything is 1. Everything is just solid white. And blown out. Yeah, I don't think I want to allow myself to go over 2. Yeah. I could even say 1, actually. Ooh, lag. That will make it so everything's brighter. Especially looking at the sun. You just can't do it. At what point can I see the disk? Because I might actually say that's where I can see the disk. So I might actually say right to the point where I can barely make out the sun disk in the sky. Maybe I should say 1. Because here's the thing about the, let me turn that off. When thinking about what other games look like in the daytime when it's bright and what it actually looks like outside, there kind of is a limit. I might even should do it where it's the up speed. There's like a sweet spot where the rate of change is fastest, and then above 1, the aperture closes much, much slower. Starts closing weight aperture. The auto exposure level changes a lot slower when we're trying to go above 1. Down, we can come off it really quick. Maybe not so quick, but a little bit faster. Because there's been times that, you know, you're outside for a long time, you come inside and everything just looks dark. And it kind of stays dark for like 30 seconds or something before you're back. So maybe what it is like a sliding window. And that window narrows as you get higher. So I will work while I think about this out loud. Essentially, if you think of an S curve, let's do height map. And height map is reset. Actually, maybe I should select one. Yeah. If you think of an S curve, and then on top of that curve is like a vertical region. I guess not even that. Think of like 2 points, like 10% higher and 10% lower than the current value. Not multiplying by 10%, taking the value and adding 10% or something. I guess not even that. What am I trying to say? An S curve from 0 to 1, or more like a hyperbolic tangent curve. And then that might actually be the perfect one too. A hyperbolic tangent curve, and then add like 0.1 and subtract 0.1. And this becomes a region where the sensitivity can change at a pretty high pace. So small variations from where you're currently at are reasonable and can be done quickly. But then large changes where you have to go from like outdoor 1 EV to indoor like -2 or something. You can slide like 0.1 really quickly, and then the rest of that change is going to be a lot slower. But then that window slides slowly down. So you have your window value. I guess maybe you have your desired point, which while it's beneath your current exposure value will rise up to it, and while it's above your current value will drop to it, but at a slow pace. And that range, like I said, is add 0.1 minus 0.1. So in this narrow window next to where your current exposure value is, you can jump up and down, not instantly, but quickly. But then once you hit one of those edges, you have to wait for that sliding window to gradually come down. Which also means that once if it's a hyperbolic tangent curve, once you get close to 0, which I guess would just be your ideal exposure value, that window's going to be really large. So you can drop like a whole EV in a short amount of time. You can go up or down a whole EV in a very short amount of time. And since it's the hyperbolic tangent curve, once you're at lower EVs, your range is more limited. You can only go up a little bit or down a little bit at that point. That might be perfect. I should really try that. Just for visualization, just to show what this curve looks like. This is the hyperbolic tangent curve. So you can see if I have tan h of 0.1, you can see I could go up a tenth of an EV or down a tenth of an EV when I'm at 0 in a short amount of time. If I'm at 1 EV, then, and this will have to be scaled, so probably not at 0. It might be fixed at -2 or -1. Around here will be the desired position, probably -1 or -0.5. So once you go up, you know, let's go to of 1 and then x tan h of 1.1. So in this range, you see the difference between these two is, I guess I can actually just subtract it. You have a range of like 0.04. So this is, you know, a lot smaller range than down here where it's essentially 0.1. So once you're already at 1 EV, if you want the change, you can go quickly down 0.04 EV, but then you have to wait for that sliding window to move slowly. And maybe its rate can also be the slope at that point as well. Maybe not the slope of that point. Probably a different function. Because otherwise you can get stuck at 1 EV. Or if you had a really high, it'll break down at really high values, right? So the slope will have to be clamped, or like a min. I don't even know what the derivative of... Yeah, it's the derivative, right? I don't even know what the derivative of hyperbolic tangent is. Actually, is it its own derivative? No, it's not. It's probably like a normal curve. I want to know. Because if I think about it, it would be like this, like a binomial normal distribution. Google, what? Why is it scaled out to 200s? Jeez. There it is. I mean, this is what I thought it would look like, but this is just insane looking. That can't be correct. Ooh, I gotta be careful over here probably. Let me go back this way. I think I need to adjust the window now. I really wonder how this happened. Because I drew this really recently. I think it's just because I had it cranked up so high. That's probably all it is. Go down to 10 for this. Yeah, honestly, it's gotta be an interpolation thing. This is just nuts. I don't understand how scaling something up can just make vertex A, like all 8 vertices around this one in the middle here rise up, but then this one just doesn't rise up to the same amount. Like how does... I feel like the interpolation is just either broken, non-existent, or it's just the wrong one somehow. Or the operation that I'm actually doing with this. Because I think even for an image that wouldn't pass. Because you just have I think you would notice that on an image if it was color. It's hard for me to notice when it's on... Let me find a really bad spot. This looks really bad. Let me turn off the height map. I can see it actually. I can see it. I can see the dark patches on the ground. Yeah. So I can see it. So something's just wrong. I don't know what's wrong. It's like it's applying to every vertex, and then on the last step, it just skips an eighth of the vertices for some reason. Yeah, so I have to be careful here. There's actually a lot of detail on the ground that I want to keep. Do I have this turned on right now? The, Tessellation? Should probably turn it on. Displacement sharpness? Wait, did that turn on displacement? It does. I said it when the blending displacement between the textures will match the albedo between textures. What? Oh, I don't have displacement textures. None of my textures use displacement. I wonder if they should. The rock one, maybe. Okay, I'm gonna leave that off for now. For the frame rate. These lines that just stretch all the way across it. I'm gonna make it later in the day or later. There we go. Jeez, yeah, you cannot look at that. See, that's what it looks like when I stare at this. I don't do that. You don't do that. But that's what it looks like if you stare at the sun. It just looks like that. You just can't make it out. It's just too bright. And then there's a lot of desire to stop looking at it involved that the computer screen cannot convey. Unless it could actually make people blind. There's something that Metal Gear Solid 5 does, which is really cool. Though, when you notice it, it kind of breaks the magic a little bit. Or when you realize what's happening. Is if you just look at the sun, I think it gets brighter. It literally brightens the screen. And you hear like a searing sound effect. Or like a ringing sound effect. It is specifically triggered when you look at the sun. And I think it's really cool. It's definitely one of those details where it's better when you don't actually notice it though. Because then you can kind of manipulate it and you can figure out about how long timer is before you can trigger it again. And you can just continuously cause the same sound effect to keep playing over and over again. Just by looking up and down at the sun. I might steal that. I might do that. I think I definitely want to have a screen effect. Something happen when you use the bolt scope and zoom in on the sun. I think I actually want it to flashbang you. Your screen just goes completely white and you cannot see for like 10 seconds. Like immediately. As soon as you use a scope and you scope in on the sun, just full screen white. Full screen white. And probably need a sound effect. Maybe. Maybe even a comment from the character like, ah, why would I do that? I just blinded myself. This area is so badly patterned. Maybe it's probably a rotational thing. No, this is like a perfect diamond shape, actually. Because I'm aligned here, and it's just straight up a diamond shape. All right, I'm gonna fix the window. It's blowing out too much. And now auto. Okay. This area is so bad. Jeez. Maybe I did just happen to align it at exactly 45 degrees and I had a very intense setting on it. So I think, I mean, honestly, probably what should happen is it scales the image to your brush size, applies a linear interpolation, or rotates the brush, and then essentially does transformations to it so that it aligns perfectly. The image that it's sampling from is already aligned and resampled for the number of vertices that it's going to apply over. And then it applies it. I still don't understand why there's like... It just straight up is like some vertices just get a significantly different value than the next one. And this happens. Oh, you can really see it there. Because there's definitely detail in this that I'm just kind of wiping out. I'm just totally losing it because all the vertices around are just so distorted that I have to smooth the whole region out. Like there could just be a small bump that is just lost due to this. Maybe this is a case where I had it scaled so large and just amplified so high. Maybe there isn't detail that I could be losing with like a size 10 brush. It's just not possible to remove it because the detail is scaled up so high. And there's a huge line right here. Really sad. And there's another one there. Wow, this one's very clear. is this? This is so noisy there. Did I just added that, didn't I? I did. What happened? Why does it look like this now? I don't think it looked like that when I first drew it. No, I added that. This is old terrain. Okay. This I need to fix. This is really bad here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a plateau height 0, size 500. Show the brush so I can see it. And then I think I'm actually going to go to... Wow, I got to do something about that. That's so sad. That's really bad there. Turn that off. So I can really see it. Figure out where I'm going to stop applying it. I think pretty much just all of this. Let's go for 10. Okay. Just gonna flatten this area back here. Okay. I could also just leave that down. Maybe that's better. Just remove it. Maybe. No, I'm gonna have to paint in terrain there. Okay. Let's get that in then. Probably mountain 1. 310 strength, 500 meter. Okay, that added like nothing at all. It's kind of crazy how that added nothing at all. 20. Maybe now I go back to height map. Okay. This is gonna need to be larger. And I think I'm actually gonna lower the gamma. That's pretty good. Though 25% and more over here. Okay, that's really close. 28% in here. Gosh. I don't know what he barked at. Apparently he doesn't know either because he only barked one time. $30, 32, and then there. Just a little bit more. A little bit more. Say 350. 300. 35. Lower gamma. There. That's nice. But from over here. Yep. That fits in pretty well. It actually fits in so well that it looks like something. I mean, something is missing there, but when I actually undo it, it looks like I'm losing a piece of the terrain. So it looks really good. But I think I want to go a little bit more than that. 37. There. Is this piece being, like, created? That is kind of being created. Interesting. I rotated a little bit. Very nice. Okay. Very nice. And yeah, this pattern just appears. But I happen to know that the brush is 250 pixels large. So with a 10 meter brush scaled up to like 4 times the size almost, it should be impossible for me to lose detail by smoothing this. I just have to make it. I just have to remove the aliasing that's happened. And then this should be, hide that. Oh, that was a mistake. This looks so rocky here. But it's also just striped really badly. It looks like this is just a sheet of rock. Like it's not even grass. Or like there's just no plant on it at all. Not even dirt. Just solid rock. Did this blend in like really well? It did. That's a huge amount of terrain added. I might need to go higher on this. I definitely need to. What is this? It's like 2 pixels got spread out here or something and made a line. That's not an idea, it's a stupid idea though. Using in the shader, having like a vertex thing that just applies a very small scale noise to the vertices, so that they all jump up and down a little bit. I don't think it's a good idea though. The intention would just be so that at a very small scale I have a lot of free detail that just didn't exist there before. But I have to turn on tessellation for that to work. To get the vertices that I actually need. And then it would just make the shader slower too. And I don't think it would look right. Because there should be some spots I think that I might deliberately want it to be very, very smooth and very flat. Like someone's backyard. And having that just randomly jumble things up and down. Even if it was by like a centimeter, it might just be too much. Am I smoothing this? I feel like I've missed some places. Okay, back to large. thinking. And maybe it could be a very large scale noise that applies a very small adjustment. So instead of one vertex going up maybe a centimeter or two, it'd be a large group of vertices that go up a centimeter or two. Because looking at this, looking at how this looks from here, it looks very noisy and pocketed, like what I could do if I applied the same thing. But I guess I shouldn't do that, because that would be too much, I think. Then it would deviate too far from the actual terrain mesh. So things would fall into the ground and you wouldn't be able to see them. I guess, yeah, I guess I can't do it at all then, actually. Because if I have bullet casings on the ground, I can't do that. Because then it would disagree. Because those are like at less than a centimeter in size. So they would just vanish into the ground if I was doing that. Oh, that was a shadow. Okay, I was like, well, what just happened there? Also, I am kind of smoothing a part of the terrain that you wouldn't be able to see normally, so I don't know. I probably shouldn't be back here. Yeah, I should be focusing on the front. Places where you might actually be able to walk to and see. I wonder if what happens is it might actually just be LOD. When I paint, it paints onto the current LOD. And then it samples it backwards? Actually, I don't even know how that would work. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, actually. Definitely is not what it's definitely just a scaling thing, a scaling and rotation thing. You know what I just realized? Wow, I haven't done that. I can make brushes using Gaia. I've used it before. I don't have to make the height map out of it. I can use it to make a brush. Because you can just export a cube. Or just the terrain area height map. And that is the brush. Definitely got fractal grid going on. So I feel like even at a larger scale, I can see a bigger grid appearing. Yeah. It's got to be a scaling thing. It would have been smart before I do this to try and get, like, to find the actual boundaries of the map, where I can be pretty confident that you can't go this far out. And the boundaries will just be like a win condition, honestly. It's just the game just ends if you walk too far away. I've been wondering about having some kind of person you can actually interact with, like in the town. Like maybe there's just a guy hanging out in the town and you can go see him. He's not like invincible. If like enough zombies will swarm his like home or whatever, he can be overrun and killed by them. But he won't make noise. He won't be tracked. I guess if I do that, then I have to consider how he avoids being... How can he stay quiet in all the town? If there's this intelligent zombie tracking you, why does it not track him? There's a particular zombie game out right now where at some point there's a lore thing about cheese that is just, the cheese just smells so bad that zombies avoid it. They don't go near it. Maybe that's what I'd say. He's in a cheese shop. And one of the cheeses there is just so bad smelling that the zombies straight up don't walk in there. And it would explain why the tracking zombie doesn't go in there either. But then why would he not shoot you when he sees you? Hey, Ryden. No chatters. I'm chatting. Why would he not shoot you when he sees you? That's a problem. The hunter shoots you. Why would he not? No text chats. Yeah. You know what I mean? Okay. I don't think you're allowed to say that, by the way. I think Twitch deletes accounts that type messages like that. So, be careful. Ban right and Halo threats. At least in the Super TF stream, many of his moderators have lost their accounts because they say they're going to kill somebody specific. Or they just say that. But maybe it's a report thing. Maybe you have to be reported for it to be possible. Could make my own brush that does this. Actually, I think one of these is actually pretty close. Texture 3. Well, actually, I think I found that this one was really, really noisy and distorted. That's kind of an incomplete thought. I'm thinking about how I can bring back, after fixing the sampling issue from these very large brushes, bringing back local distortions with that texture brush specifically. Texture 2. And probably just doing like a cut, I think. Turn the gamma up to 2 and then do like a cut. Because I want it to be light. I want it to kind of look like how this looks here. It's very small. Whoops. This is Hollow Knight. I've been thinking this one sounds a lot like some Halo 4, Halo 5 music. Probably Wait. Halo 4. Definitely Halo 4. When... How early in the game is that? Yeah, like second level or third level of the game. Probably second level. It really kind of sounds like that. What is this area? I just added this. That's what this is. Okay. It's probably as far as I need to go that way. Yeah, honestly, I don't even really need to go. No, I do need to go up here. From this angle, that looks like a hiking trail, but then I line up with it and I can see that it's just a straight line that's been cut into the terrain. Okay. And it's still there. Maybe that is a hiking trail. It's not exactly aligned. No, it's weird. I guess I could turn it into that. Wait, would they have Firewatch towers up here? Probably not. Maybe there'd be one. Maybe they'd have one. I don't know how they decide to place those. Like, if it's near a town, do they need one? I feel like you just put that somewhere really far out in the wilderness where nobody could see it. Because if it's by a town, then it seems like it's probably a waste of time to put one there. Because someone in the town would see it. And I'm only gonna have a fire station in the town too, so that's even like this seems even more redundant to have one. Does it make sense to have these? This is just some like leftover stuff from a long time ago where I did like a really huge thing and I smoothed it really hard. Because this is just like a bump that like I basically painted by hand. Oh, it doesn't look too bad. I think the dog needs to go outside, but he's not bothering me. But I think he needs to. Hey, Red. You wanna go outside? Yep. I mean, of course he wants to if I ask. But I think he did. He just wasn't walking up to me. He's distracted by the window. Okay. I will be right back. I'm back. Why is it quiet? Warmth. I think this one's just like actually silent for like the first minute and the last minute. Maybe I should remove it. It's kind of lame that it does that. It's just like that. But I do actually really like it though. Maybe I can't remove it then. Can't. To be clear. I think it sounded like I said can. I was definitely saying can't. You cannot ban yourself. Okay. Good to know. Did you remove all the grass? It's just turned off right now. So it's here. I'm just using a height map to make it a bit easier to see changes, like, because you literally can't see this. I mean, actually, you probably can see it if you really pay attention, but you can't see it. It's a lot clearer when it's gray. Why make the terrain so complex? Flat ground does not suffice, actually. You're in a mountain area, a mountain town. Why would it be flat? I like the Skyrim approach. If you can see it, you can go there. See that mountain? You can go there. Isn't that what he says? Except in this game, you can almost go wherever you can see. Some places, the game will just end or you die. Oh, wow, the lines. There's so many lines here. This spot may just need to be redone right there. I'm gonna leave that and go back over here. I think I might just redo that spot over there. This... You could see it from there, I guess. Maybe. So I'll smooth it. Yeah, you know what? Since that spot just has so many lines on it, even just for that, I think I'm going to redo it. Because it looks like it's just been stacked so many times that it's just destroyed. There's no clear... There's nothing clear on it. It's just noisy. It's just noisy ground over there. Yeah, this spot. I think I'm just going to redo that spot. I think I am. This is a huge brush. Jeez. It's actually massive. This is like, might actually be an accurate scale mountain. Sort of. It's probably still too steep. Was there like mesh culling going on over there? I swear like terrain just started appearing and it happened like 2 times out of the corner of my eye. The first time I was gonna ignore it and then it happened like a second time. You know, I wonder if there is... I say I wonder if there is. There definitely is. It's out there. But I wonder if it's really easy to find just a 360 panoramic skybox that is just like a flat, untextured, like mountain landscape. I mean, I probably should just make it with Gaia. I think it's actually that's probably the best route. Go into Gaia and just make a big background skybox of mountain. Or I'd make the mesh and then I would somehow figure out how to convert that into skybox. Back to banned Overwatch channels to get loot boxes. All right. Yeah, this area is still... This is good, I think. I probably should actually just start redoing it from here. That part's great. This looks pretty nice. So yeah, I think just like cut a line out and this whole region needs to be redone. Like, yeah. Alright, I'm going for it. Whoa, what is that? Do I need to lower the gamma on this? This line that I just create when I do that. I mean, I guess I am... What is happening? That just seems too extreme. 5. I mean, I'm basically just going to be redoing it, so it's probably not a big deal that it looks that bad as I lower it. Trying to leave that spot mostly untouched. Okay, and then I do the slope trick to really smooth it out. Probably need to go down to like 150. Making a game the size of Skyrim? What are you gonna put in all this terrain? A forest? What else would it be? That's not high enough. Yeah, and I don't even know if I need to do smoothing, but maybe smoothing would help improve the result. Like, will anyone want to go here? There's gonna be a few things, but they're gonna be like pretty clear what you're going into. Like, there'll be like hiking trails and streams that lead to locations you actually want to go to for something. But it still has to be background. I'm not going to put in a million fetch quests scattered around the map just so there's an actual reason why you want to go to some location. that's mostly just there for background. So I'm going to smooth this pretty hard. And then maybe I try to make this look like it's extended down that way. Yeah, I think I just need to do a big smooth right here to blend this elevation before I can add anything to it. So far, at least this region of the map, I don't have anything planned to be here. There's going to be a mine somewhere over here. I guess I actually don't have anything over there. There's a waterfall here. The hunter's cabin's going to be somewhere over here. I'm not sure where. And yeah, I need to redo this spot too. And then it's just the exit of the map. What's the height of this here? 163. Okay. 166. Yeah, I think low gamma 0.7. I like can't even see that very clearly. What? Am I? There we go, okay. I was like, this is just straight up not spinning with me. Okay. Alright. I might have to do this. Okay. That was too much. Also, I think it needs to be larger. This mountain kind of disappeared, but... Wait a second, am I doing this in the right? Yeah, okay. Alright, a very good location. I think I'm actually going to increase this to that, I'm going to make the strength a little bit lower. Try to figure out where I had this. I think I was rotating it this way. Whoops. Pretty much right here. I'm going to try something I maybe shouldn't try. Very high gamma. Okay, it's getting there. That might be it. Also, I've just noticed, is this pattern, have I duplicated this pattern down that many times? Interesting. Also, what is this spot? That's a weird spot. Wait, this needs to be smoothed a lot here. Was I already at 20? I'm gonna try 20. I think because I raised the gamma is why it looks that way now. Something is not quite doing as much as I actually want it to do. Okay. I'm gonna lower this to 1.2. I think it's too high. I think it's just too high. All right. Yeah, this area is obliterated. That's just really bad back there. Okay. Now I'm gonna do this spot. Yeah, so I'm keeping this mountain. I've got that shape. And then everything from here and over was just kind of bad. It is bad. And then I think this hill too is actually wrong. So we'll also be getting rid of that. And then yeah, I'm redoing this whole area. Should probably save. I don't think the bit behind it is anything, is it? No, the bit behind it isn't even there. Okay. What is this fog thing? Now I can see it really well. Something like crazy going on. All right. And probably this. Yeah, let me go ahead and trim this up a bit. That's all gone. Yeah, I think this is all I should need there. That's probably can go away. This should be able to go away. I think that stays. Okay. Oh, maybe I should redo this bit too. Redo. Maybe not. I think that size is actually good. Yeah, I actually like how that looks. But I can probably get rid of some of these. Then I will do this. Okay. Less terrain regions is always good. Now for the mountains. What will be here? I don't want it to compete with this one. I want these two areas to be higher than whatever's in the middle. But what's in the middle? Two peaks. One about here, and one a little bit higher than it over here. So there's a valley in between. Okay. So I'll do the little bit higher one over here. Maybe I'll just go straight for 1,000. Yeah, 1,000 is definitely too big. Like right here. All right, what have I got? That was just like, I actually just added nothing there. All right. 15. Okay. They can really low gamma and make it larger. There's no peak there, but I could add it. Okay. I'll go to 20. Place it again. That's a lot better. Actually, that might just be it. Created like a valley here, which is really nice. Okay. And then I guess I do this. That's good. Although I've made a box, that's not good. Can I do this without the box? Okay, so I think that means I have to increase gamma slightly. Okay, so I cannot use peak 3. I could try mountain 3. That's it. That's literally that's just it. Okay. So now on this side, I'm thinking turn around this shape here. So I want this one to be, I guess, I mean, maybe it should be shorter than this one. Yeah, okay. It's going to be shorter than this one. The height on that one. 100. All right. So I guess I can just say 100 and then I can use a higher strength. Okay, really high strength. Larger. Oh, this should be just one. Ooh. Okay, I can go more than that. Okay, I can go a lot more than this. I can probably go, let's say 150 and bring this to, I'll just make it 300. This is looking so nice. 25. Yeah, I'm glad I'm redoing it actually. It really should have been redone. It really needed to be redone. Okay. I'm gonna lower this again. And then I'm gonna make it higher. And maybe larger. Yep. That's it. That's the one. What does it look like framed? Can I frame it? All right. I've decided. This is going back to 0.9. It's actually going to be 1. And then I'm going to be more like this. Very nice. But back to this. I can't. I have to see both to know what I want, right? You have to see both to be sure. Yeah, that's better. And this one is looking a bit lacking. Well, that's just silly. Alright, I'm not gonna do that. Cool, okay. And then I should be able to probably delete these regions here now. all of that just goes away, I think. Okay. All right. That's probably fine. I think this is very obvious that, you know, this is leaving the mountains, right? And back here, you'd be going further into the mountains. Maybe there should be a peak here. No, I don't think so, because that's where the sun rises. All right, I think it's good. I think it's in. But now it does need to be smooth. And then... yeah, this route's pretty good still. Okay. When can I buy early access? I don't... It's actually already early access and it's free. It's actually early access right now and it's free. Because it's all on GitHub. Maybe not enough of it now that I think about it, because some of the stuff, some of like the mesh files are not. No, because those are... the actual resource mesh files are what should be used. There's model files that are not included, that the mesh files are generated from. And it's just because they're too big. And it's duplicate data. Alright, before I continue with the smoothing, actually like where all the terrain is right now. So, I'm going to commit this. Yep. Has this been disconnected? Nope. Yeah, so I've learned that the trick is probably just to have really good brushes and apply them creatively and limited in number. I know what I did before. I don't know if I ever streamed it, or if it was before I started streaming, or if it even made it into being archived, so if I did stream it, then it's lost. I was using like a 200 or 300 size brush. I was using that plateau trick to just generate it really, really fast. And I was really mixing and matching and doing a lot, and then I would apply a huge smooth brush over it, and then I'd do it again. So I kind of just made noise instead of actual mountains. Deleted, 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 deleted. Cool, okay. What was that? Okay, so it's just turn data that I'm sending. There we go. Ugh. What? I don't want to say redid. Redone? I'll just say remapped. What was it? This is like this is north. Negative x is north, I think. Does that make sense? Wait. This is south. This is north. Okay. So the north and the south and the northwest. Yep. Please GitHub, don't be down. Awesome. 5 megabytes. All right. Now that's been saved. I get to go through here and smooth it 20 meters at a time. Also, is this actually shorter? It's the highest spot. Yeah, it is. 119, this is like 160. Oh. It's not. That's fine. Is it fine? Am I okay with that? Am I okay with that? Maybe. Maybe I just do this really quick. 3, 1. Okay, it all dropped a little bit. Now, what is it? 116. This was also 116, right? 117. Mm-hmm. One 13, 117. That's different enough. Few meters different. Now, what does that look like here? The before and the after. I think I have to have it selected for this to work, so. Actually, the weird thing is, it already looks a lot shorter. So let me not even modify that. Why does it look that way? Maybe it's because it's right next to something really tall, so it looks smaller. But then I get over here, and it's like, this is just the same height as that over there. I guess I'm just comparing the absolute peak. Most of it is actually a lot shorter than that. And I'm also seeing on the LOD thing, when I get far away, that piece actually just straight up disappears. So, interesting. That probably just needs to be smooth. I probably can just smooth that aggressively. Maybe I should be a lot more careful with how I do that, actually. Okay. Let me go over here and check this stuff out. Do I have any lines that I need to fix? I think there's a line going there. But it looks normal enough. There's a crazy grid back here, but I don't need to worry about that. You can't see that. This almost looks like snow, and at the same time, just completely quilted with this insane pattern. Yeah, this part I just added. And I guess that I really need to smooth. Was it that? This needs to be smoothed a lot, I think. This is just meant to be an incline. Not like a mini mountain. Alright, I found some lines here. This is really bad. That just needs to be... Ooh. What could be there? Something could be here. A mill, maybe? They cut trees in this area? do that. Just get that part smooth. And this part. Because I like this. So I'm going to keep that. Oh, that sucks. This is a line that you can't see until you're right up on it. It's a big line here. Like, is that working? Alright. I think I just have to paint a thing here. Okay. All right. Okay. That might be enough. I feel like it's done it too far. Okay. Actually increase it. Two. Not enough. I can't decide. Just one. All right, there we go. I fixed it. Any more big lines? Okay, there's this back here, but I don't think you can really see that. Okay, you can, and it looks really bad. So. All right. Feels like I've smoothed this already, but it's still just like really noisy. But it doesn't have very obvious noise patterns. Okay, and as I say that, I just found a spot that seemed really grid-like. It's kind of just that. really locked in. I think I've been quiet for like 30 minutes now or something. The quilt pattern ends here. And it changes to this noisy texture. It might be the slope. I don't think it... Is that really scaling, or was that the slope that did this? Don't know. Also, I realized, like, over halfway through it that I think my brush was too large. When I say too large, I mean the area it's smoothing is too big, so I'm losing some detail. I was losing too much detail. But if I make the brush smaller, it sees like this step that happens and it says, oh, that's got to be smooth flat, basically, relative to the whole slope of the portion that I'm smoothing. So because I had too large of a brush, I feel like a lot of that quilt pattern has stayed. I can see it really well here. There's lines. I think it's because I was using too large of a brush. The lines would be less pronounced if I had a slightly smaller brush. But fortunately, lines that I can barely see on the gray color means that I shouldn't be able to see them in color with trees and stuff blocking it. Trees and stuff. Only trees. Okay. I'm thinking about how many people probably actually worked on Skyrim's terrain. I think it can't be more than like would fit into a small room. And I would even say that probably every one of them modified 90% of the terrain at some point. Whether it was just smoothing something, changing something, like if you'd to chunk everything up into like 16 by 16 grids or something, every person probably modified 90% of those, at least a little bit somewhere. I can't remember how many square kilometers their terrain is. Probably because I don't think I've ever read about that. I must have. At some point, I definitely did. The Skyrim map is like a... Any comparison on like the size of a game world, Skyrim is definitely included. So it's like most people who worked on Skyrim terrain went over like 90% of the vertices in the terrain at some point. Region, let me actually, I wonder now. Regions are... 128 meters, 128 square meters. How many files are here? I think. It doesn't actually show me. How many do I have? Okay, that was a halfway mark. Okay, so 616 minus 20 plus 1, I think, is the math on that. 616. So I guess minus 19. 597. Yeah, okay. So like 9... Wait, what? No. What did I do wrong there? So 128 is in meters. My vertex spacing is 1. Is there duplicate data? Where's vertex spacing? There it is. 1. Huh. Under 28 times under 28. So this is... Oh, no. Yeah, I am doing this wrong. I should be dividing each of these by 1,000 before I square it, because the 1,000 needs to be incorporated in both terms. Okay, this makes more sense. I have 9.8 square kilometers of terrain. Okay, that's the number I wanted to know. I want to know what I was at. Nine square kilometers. And probably... Yeah, someone have to figure out where the boundaries are. Like, cross this point, you start getting shot at by the hunter. Cross this point, you just exit the map. And the game ends. And then from there, I can determine how much that's actually you can go to. Ooh, I just got an idea. Sorry, I didn't go out for a while. What if right after the intro cutscene, when you come back out, because you show up in the car, and I kind of don't want the player to have the car right away. I feel like that messes with things. Not a very good flow, I guess, because in games what you want the player to get stronger over time. Having the car right away is a point of strength that can be like a checkpoint. Because the hunter is out. What if he, like, I don't know, does something to your car? He just sabotages your car in some way. I don't know, something where you can't use the car immediately, even though the game starts with like a cutscene where you're in the car. With the truck, I should probably be saying. I don't know, he does something. I've heard like cutting a fuel line. I really don't know what that means. What that entails. Maybe somehow he just drains your gas tank or something. I don't know. And all you have to do is you just have to go into town and then get gas. Do I have a gas station? Dude, how did I miss that? I don't have a gas station? Huh. Honestly, it could probably go right here. That kind of makes sense. Or it can go here. Yeah, there's no building here. This is probably the ideal spot, actually. A gas station right here. Okay. There's room for it. I should probably add it immediately, though. I think it's this one. I think that's this building. Yeah. Duplicate. And it probably should be like pretty square, right? I don't know how big off the top of my head they would be in meters. Probably smaller than that. Because they're mostly just like a register, a storage slash, just back area, and then like a bathroom, and then you have the shopping space. So it'd probably be really small. They should be really small. And thin. So I'll just say this for now. I'll figure it out later. When I actually get to doing it, I'll have it better scaled. Because all these I just kind of like picked a random size, really. The size will change a little bit once I actually get interior in. Gas station. Got gas station. These should be locked. I don't know why they're not. Oh, maybe not those ones. Never mind. Yeah, I understand why. Okay. Gas station added. That's not... That doesn't need to be urgently sent. Alright, back to business. Alright, I'm liking the hunter thing. Where he does something to your car. Truck. He'll leave a note. And the note says something. Something like stay in town, or because I think the idea is that he is probably on his way. Maybe it'll be like this. Yeah, what's okay, maybe I should answer that question. What is the hunter doing when everything flips? Maybe he's just going to check on people, see who's survived. He dodges, maybe he, I don't know, maybe he just like maybe you know him. And maybe he knows you, but you don't know him. And he's going to check your house because, you know, it's pretty safe to see if, just see how things are. He shows up in time to hear what happens after the player gets there. And, you know, doesn't want to take you out right there. So he breaks your car somehow and leaves you a note. Hey, Ixom. Snow? Nope. Just gray terrain. I've been thinking about putting snow up here, but snow is hard. And if I do snow, I want it to be good snow. And snow is hard. To be good. So I will think about it, but I don't know if I'm going to have snow, actually. The reason it's gray is just so I can see this noise stuff a lot better. Because you almost can't see it when there's a texture on it, and it is a problem. So I have it turned to gray so I can see it and I'm smoothing it out. But I think this area is not visible, so I can stop about there. I love snow in games. Yeah. Like I said, you gotta, if I do snow, I'm gonna be very specific about it, and that could be over a week. I just don't know enough about the systems of how snow is generally implemented. Especially where it's going to be like a displacement to the terrain where it literally sits on top of it, and when you walk through it, you know, leave a trail that will stay there when you return. That I'll want, which that might not be possible. Maybe it is. Maybe it would be possible. If you trudge through the snow, and then you just like go to the other side of the map, you save and you quit, you spend like hours playing, and you come back over to that original spot, you'd still be able to see your path that you took previously. Oh yeah, and if I do that, I'd have to make it trackable by the tracking zombie. You'd have to be able to notice snow paths and follow them. Is this visible? Probably not. Not sure. That's really visible. I don't know if I should do this whole area or not. I don't think it's visible, so I think I can leave that. This is, though. Oh, the music in the background. Isn't this, oh no, it's Respite. It's from Undertale. But I don't remember where that plays. That might be Snowden. So it's literally the snow music. Go play some Rocket League. Have a good stream. Thanks. I will be. You have fun on Rocket League. Keep up the good work. Alright. I will try. Leave for 5 hours? It's barely been an hour. Barely. I just did a calculation. I have 9.78 square kilometers of terrain at the moment. You stream for 5 hours and I swear to God, the entire time. Almost the entire time, yes. With a few, you know, actually putting in terrain pieces. But most of it is smoothing because just have an issue with Train 3D's brush stuff. They don't properly resample when they apply it, so you end up with like really bad gridding patterns on large brushes. So my point stands. Well, if you were here when I started streaming, but you were here around the 4-hour mark, so. Unless you were just silent and you didn't type. The last 2 streams, I meant to be doing this the whole time, and I did not do anything with the terrain or the trees in my last 2 streams. Which really upset me. I was not happy about that. Because that's basically minus 2 days. Right, and then I think I need to... Remember, I left this because I was going to do this. Actually, maybe I do... Yeah, maybe I'd use ambient lighting. Yep. Ambient lighting is probably the trick. Why are you doing it all manually? So that it looks good. If there was a program, if there was an algorithm to make terrain look good without a human hand, then I would use it. Sort of. It does not exist. It's just not possible to do that. The algorithm is called photo scanning, and I don't want to photo scan a real place. Or whatever it would be called. For terrain this large. Just height map, I guess. Because there's places that I know should be smooth, and there's places that I know should be left rougher. So, some spots I am smoothing really hard, and some spots I'm barely smoothing it at all. I'm like clicking a couple times, and that's where I leave it. Yeah, I think my idea for the auto exposure, I gotta do that. Because this, when I turn around, that's too fast. That's just too fast. And then I turn back around and then I can't readjust to it as quickly because it's a low light, so it does it slowly. there's that line. I think, yeah, I think the right way to fix this is use like the hill one or something, and then plateau. That kind of didn't even do it. Dang. Maybe I just do this a couple times. Nothing happened. I think it's a little bit better. And now I probably need to smooth it. Okay. And then I do this. Not 100% though. All right. That's probably masked it well enough. And then I do super smooth this. Did I just go from 19 to 21? I think I did. All right. Dog. I'm gonna take the dog out. I'll be back. I'm back. That all looks pretty good. I don't really want to mess with any of that. Oh, this line. Should I redo this? Maybe what I should do is probably drop. I can probably drop that. Maybe I just do a large smooth on it. A larger smooth. Very large smooth. 100. Okay. Oh, I'm using the mountain shape. Whoops. Was I smoothing with the mountain shape? I did just like remember that's what I had selected. Alright, it's been crushed and flattened. What's the height around here? Okay, I'm clicking, but like nothing is happening. Okay. And then I do... I don't think I can do peak 3 because it's busted. Yeah, I can't do... Well, maybe if I turn up the gamma. And then I think I have to go... I need to bring the sun up. Because I just can't see. And then turn on texture, because I still just cannot see. There we go. It's just looking like here. Let me do this. Well, what is that? There's like a... See this? It's like a very obvious, like almost like a road was cut through that. I need to do this, I think. Okay. Smooth. Okay, peak 3. I got 240. It's just too high. Yeah. So yeah, it's just broken. I just can't. I literally just can't use that one. Okay. Very sad. Wait. Why is it doing this? Why is it doing that? Stop doing that. Don't do that. I don't know, maybe that's just what I need. I just need alright, less and more. Could be it. Could be it. Let me lower this back here. No, I have to like undo. That was just stupid. I did that in the wrong order. Now lower this. Maybe I just leave that gone. And I can delete another spot. Yeah. There's just nothing there. It's just gone. Well, yeah, no, it's just gone. Delete. Delete. Okay. I feel like I could be deleting a little too much, but I don't think so. I mean, yeah, I kind of can't allow myself to go over this hill. Because there's just nothing back here behind it. Maybe I should actually put... Maybe something should go back here. I was going to say, I think you can see it. Not really. It'd have to be... like that. It's only really visible when you get up here, but there's so much of the sky at this point. Yeah, so I need to think about that. Anytime I see this line, I'm already at a point where I'm rendering... I'd be rendering terrain behind that. Maybe that's fine. Have something in there. Here. Yeah, there's a... I mean, that's just a big area there that there'd be terrain behind that. Okay. All right. Yeah, I gotta do... All right. What is this line? Really bad line. And there it stops. All right. Yeah, so what I think I'm doing here is probably... yeah. Yep. Probably yep. I'm just chopping this up. Well, not chopping it up, flattening it out. And then I'm going to do frame pieces through here. Just something else through here. All right. I can see like a very obvious line that I drew through here for the... Oh, that's really funny. And also really sad that I did that. There's another huge line here. All right. So I think for this section, I'd probably just use a large brush and smooth really hard to try and... Okay, I guess I can't. I'm gonna do the slope again. I'll make this a bit smaller. It's really funny. Just straight up, you can see just the brush where I painted that in. Alright, so maybe I also do it again in the middle of these. Try to really get rid of this. I think this dog just like hit his head on the wall when he was getting up. Dude. Okay. Now I will smooth it aggressively. A little more aggressively than that. I can see this a bit easier now. A little bit easier. And there's this really crazy fog thing. I don't know what that is. It's gotta be fog. Okay. Okay. I think it's enough. Now, I apply some of these around here. Probably what I do is I use I was gonna say a low gamma, I probably shouldn't. Takes a lot of good edges. Awesome. Okay. Yep. Okay. This spot probably needs something. Maybe a really big mountain too on top of it. Really close, actually. Okay, just do one. All right. Maybe another one. Yep. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. All right. Yep. Is this too deep? Oh, this might be way too deep. 20. I think it's a little too deep. So that is so annoying how that keeps happening. I'm gonna raise this a little bit. Okay. So I forgot that just does not work correctly. So I have to do this. Okay. Less deep. And then I think I probably should cut right through here. I can do this 173 more times. Awesome. That was too much. All right, let me just try this again. All right, it looks good here. Maybe just what I should do is raise this. Okay. I'm gonna erase that. Okay. And then this reset again because I hit save. All right. All right, where I'm at, I'm still over here, smoothing this out. Right, and I think I figured I actually needed a small and high power. Because this is really, really bad. Gridding. And then I get distracted by noticing that this was way too flat, and now it's not. Cool. Oh, man. I'm gonna stand up and stretch. All right. Right, are you here? Are you listening? Because I've got a question. Here, but focused on CS. Okay. What point redeem should I have? Something like silly. Something that could modify the stream or do something on the stream. Because most people have like really basic ones like, oh, stand up and stretch. Take a sip of water. I don't want those though. Those are a bit silly, I think. Something that will make me, I mean, it could still make me do something, but like related to what I'm actually doing on stream. Or just something that does something. Like these should be smaller. Which I think is some good. Yeah, I've never thought of. The only thing I've thought of is like fix a bug, but that's just lame. And that could like literally take over the stream. That'd be too much. Like, oh, here's a bug that I think might be easy. And then I'm stuck in it for like 2 days. I kind of like that almost made me throw up. Fix a bug, yeah. Yeah, that one's not a good one. Like, I don't know, some kind of an effect, I don't know. Like, this one's also lame, but maybe as like an idea. An appetizer idea to like a better idea. Play like a random video. A random meme or something. Sound effects are good, I think. Though they'd have to be expensive. And I don't want to be able to select a specific one. It'd be like a random from a set. You know what I might do? I might have an elite death sound, an elite death scream as a very expensive sound effect. That's probably a good one. It would definitely scare me sometimes. These lines are really bad. I can still see them. Maybe when the game is further along, I could have something that's just playtest or something. I would do something in the game. This is good light. And also shows how poorly gridded this is. I found a spot that has like does not receive sunlight at all. It's always shadow. Right, back to this lighting, I guess. Dog was growling. One second. All right. I'm gonna restart this one because I missed half of it. I really like it. Yeah, I can't get them on Spotify. These crazy people just don't put it on there. It's the only MP3s you get on Spotify. Here's the funny thing about that. They scan your local files to check if they're on Spotify or if they're specifically prohibited from playing on Spotify, and they stop you from playing the MP3 files. I've had that happen before. I've tried putting an MP3 on a Spotify playlist and playing it through Spotify, and Spotify just like says no. It won't let me play it. I would believe it's the same case here. If I try to put that on there and play it, it will block it. It will block it. Yeah. I don't remember what song I had tried, but it was definitely copyrighted, and it was definitely a very popular song that for some reason wasn't on Spotify. It's like this content isn't available for playback or something, is what it said. Can you see this? Yeah, you can definitely see this. Okay, but I can't see it very clearly. What's it doing here? It's like doing something weird. Yeah, there's like some songs that Spotify like has saved to their system or something. Because generally the idea is that if you upload it to SoundCloud, they don't let you. Like a lot of Zelda music is not on SoundCloud. You can only get like remixes. And it's probably even that. That's probably what I tried. I probably tried some Zelda music and it blocked me. I think I even tried to bypass it, like disconnecting my internet, and I think that would work. But it does some kind of like caching thing where it like remembers this file. Or like it saves some mark and says, yeah, we are not allowed to play this file. So you have to give it like a brand new file and not connect to the internet, and it will let you play it. But then as soon as you connect to the internet, it'll like, it marks that file and remembers it. I really want a music player that I can set, like, I can tag like similar songs somehow. So shuffle can, like if it's playing Minecraft Nether music, it's going to be really likely to play another Minecraft Nether music. If it's playing Halo, it's going to be really likely to play Halo again. And it's not going to do something where it goes from like flood horror music to Bird World in like a one switch. It has to work into that using a couple switches. Like Balatro and Chemical Plant would go really well together. Is it called Chemical Plant or Chemical Plant Zone? What is this? Chemical Plant. I think it's called Chemical Plant Zone, actually. The one that I have is just doesn't have zone. This one's really so badly messed up and so large. This will actually be like a whole nother stream just to finish that. Hey, everyone. I have been doing this for hours. And I can see that I've got hours more to go because I'm like halfway done with this one and I've got that. I'm trying very hard to make it to 7 hours. Keep looking at the time. I'm just kind of getting bored. This is very relaxing, but also very boring. Yeah, I've got it. I figured it out. So at the start of the game, the hunter visits your house, sees everything is okay. No. At the start of the game, you go to your house. The hunter shows up later after you've fought the zombie in your house. And sees your bed. You're knocked out or something. You're just not awake. Leaves a gun and a note. And then he takes your gas. He just takes the gas out of your truck. So it's not necessarily sabotaging it, you know, he just siphons it out. And it makes sense why he would do that. He thinks you're dead. Or soon to be dead. But he leaves a note just in case you wake up. And a gun. To, you know, take care of yourself. But you wake up and you are still lucid. So you find the gun, find the note. It says, I took your gas. If you wake up and you're still lucid, use the gun. Yep. And then your car just doesn't have gas. And then I think that's just where I leave it. It's as much of the story as it is. Or as much of a goal as there is, you know, you want to get gas for your car. And it won't be very hard to find. The gas station's like right at the entrance of the town. There's no, oh, go here and grab me my favorite playing cards, and then I'll give you a gas. No, the guy's not there anymore, and there's still plenty of gas. If there's still plenty of gas, why did you take it out of your car? Well, I guess, you know, he also doesn't want you to actually be able to leave. Just in case you do wake up and you're still conscious enough to be able to drive the car. He doesn't want that to happen, so that's why he just takes the gas. Also, I guess it just makes sense. He needs all he can get, right? So he may as well take the gas from your car. Then how would there be any left at the gas station? I guess he just hasn't gotten to it yet. Or he just stays out of town. Maybe that's probably a better idea. He just doesn't go into town. He just drives by. Not even drive by, he just walks on foot. It seems like a pretty good explanation for no gas in the truck that you had just driven. And it also kind of solidifies the hunter being in the story, in the game. Maybe it's not even the hunter at all. Maybe it's just someone else. Maybe someone else was lucky and managed to leave. Actually, I think that would be a better thing. It's not the hunter, it's someone else. That's better. It's just somebody else in town who knows you, and your character knows them. And they were, of course, concerned about your well-being, but it was too late. Maybe that's even better, too. The gun he gives you just has one bullet in it. I think that's perfect. Why would your character not carry a gun? Well, maybe he does have a gun. But similar to taking your gas, he also takes your ammo, but leaves you the one bullet. I think that's right. This grid pattern is so bad. The lines. Alright. I'm at 7 hours. I'm gonna call it here. I think I actually got like half of it done. Damn. There's a lot that I can't see either just because of the lighting that I have set. There's gonna be a whole nother... Tomorrow's gonna be a whole nother day of this. Alright, well, that's it for today. I guess I should probably send this, because this is a lot of changing that's happened here that I really would like to not lose. So, yeah. I think this is also the road. Yeah. Smooth out terrain. I guess I should actually say work on south terrain. Smoothing. Front terrain. So smooth out northwest. Remap east road terrain. And then smooth some of south. Right. Cool. Alright, that's it. As soon as it goes. 3 megabytes. Alright. Thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow with the same thing. Finishing this up. I'll be getting the road in. Maybe. If I get to smoothing this out. This one's just so bad that I have to go with a really small brush over the whole thing so I don't lose the detail that it has. Yeah, all of, like, the major mountain parts are done. Really cool. And yeah, the fog is really interesting. I think this is fog, right? It's gotta be fog, and it's just not blended very well. Yeah, something is... That could be like LOD. I don't know what that is. I think this is the fog. Yeah, this is the fog. This is the radiance map. And then there's just this line that sits on top of it. You don't really see from the ground. When you go up, you see it suddenly. Maybe that's kind of all it is. Do I see it from up here? I can see it very clearly out there. Alright, well, I guess that'll be something in the future. A polish thing. Probably, before out exterior terrain. Maybe that won't be so hard to add. I'm thinking the idea there is I probably get into Gaia and make something and then just do like the source trick. I have a very small scene somewhere that's like free from shadows. Or I just make it so it doesn't receive shadows. It only casts shadows onto itself. And then I just blow that up in the sky from the player's perspective. Because down here it looks pretty good. But if you go too far up, right, like it's weird. There should be more terrain out here, especially out this way. Definitely that way. Like without that, I would have to end the game before the player can get to this spot because they can look over here and just see the void. So, all right. Well, thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.